action packs gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Nope. Ugly bug coming at you. I forgot I put the lens cap on. All right. Well, good afternoon. On this Wednesday, September the 3rd, 2025. And I've got about 18 minutes past the 3 p.m. hour, at least from where I'm sitting. Hopefully I'm not muted. I know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some of you are even somehow in the future, but whatever present you happen to be in as you're catching this, I do hope it's going good for you. All right, we have a new expedition. Yeah, ooh, expedition time. I don't need to do it. I already have all the rewards. But we're going to do it anyway, just for fun, because I don't often get to play the game. I'm usually just building something. So you know what? Let's play. Let's actually get into this. Let's do a little bit of expedition. We'll get some building done too. I'll probably do a little bit, get to a certain point and then, say, okay, enough of that. But I had a wasted day at work today. Got home early enough to catch some expedition. I'm pretty stoked about that. I usually am way late to all this stuff, but thankfully, I got out of work at a decent hour. And I know everyone is watching either Beeble, Zane, or Jason plays, so I'm not expecting a lot of traffic through here. But before we get started, I do want to acknowledge the amount of traffic that my Corvette rotation workaround tutorial video got. I've never had so many views on anything I've ever done, so thank you all for watching. I do appreciate it. I am trying to get to a measly 2,000 subscribers. We did pick up some new subscribers, which means I'm probably going to have to start streaming a little bit more. I will do my best, but work can get in the way with that. But I'm always on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. For those of you who have been following me for a while, you all know that. But for the new ones, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are my dedicated days. And then Wednesday through Saturday, whenever I get home early enough and I'm not completely worn out. We get going. You're here, play the game, damn it. All right, fine. Get off my big ugly mug. I got you. I get the hint. I got it. Like, we don't need your big ugly mug right there. All right. Let's see if... It's been taking forever to get in, like, for the Nexus to load, like the space anomaly, and I'm all about checking out the new ships. Like, that's my big thing right now. I just like looking at what other people are doing. Vroom, vroom, my brother. Brr, brr, brr. Brr, brr. We were just talking about you the other day. They're like, I haven't seen Kiwi. I'm like, he does this. He goes away for a little while, comes back, for a little bit, disappears for a little while. I'm like, it's expected. There's a certain point I start to get worried, but, for the most part, I know that I will eventually, hopefully, see you again. And, sure enough, here we are. All right, I gotta start thinking about paint. But if you have not checked out my Corvette rotation workaround video, please do. It's getting almost to 5,000 views. If we can get there, I'll be like, all right, we did something all right. We finally did something decent. And what I've been noticing is, like, there'll be a bunch of people and like one Corvette, and then usually someone parked in my space and we're parked on top of one another. I've also noticed too that currently, oh no, it's starting to show up now, but it's kind of weird. This used to be a little more like you could tell 4. So right now we've got 1 and 2 that are odd looking. Right on, Kiwi. I don't usually, sorry, I had to blow my schnoz there. Certain amount of time, then I start to worry, But I get your habits a little bit. You're here, you're there for a while, and then you disappear for a little while, and you come back for a little while. I got you. We're good. You'll show up on Discord sometimes, just to chill, listen to tunes, talk about whatever. But yeah. All right, now we've got... no, we got 2 here. Let me take a look at this one. I gotta get some of these parts in usage as well. You know what? We may... All right, we're gonna start the expedition, but I really, really want to keep building. I want to learn this mechanic, you know, and see if we can't discover anything new. All right, I've got one ship. Before, when it first came out, like, ships were here, you know, you get a little pop, but eventually they were there, you know. Yeah, I like that. Not bad, not bad. Looks pretty spanky. No one's looking at my ship. People are like, that can't be real, you're modding. No, I am not. Alright. Did I start an expedition? No, I didn't. I just... Yeah, I've seen some... I couldn't get in my own ship. I was having kind of an issue with that at one point. But I was parked. And, you know what? Let's start a new one. Start a new save. Give us some room. Give us some breathing room. I can get rid of one of these or two of these. How many are we allowed now? Yeah, I can get rid of a bunch of this stuff. 7 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, 11 hours. We'll keep 646, 590, obviously. And this is not my true hours, by the way. A lot of these are old expedition saves. More than likely, I'm going to willing to bet. Alright. Let's check out what we got going on. Doing the expedition for a little bit, and then we're going to go building. I'm really like... I don't know, I want to figure this build mechanic out. I want to see if there's any more secrets hiding. Alright, let's kill the music for a minute. Remote ice forest cabin. Alright. Let's see what we're doing. Mixel, what's going on? Yes. Yes, you can use them. Cross saves. And Malinsky, welcome. Trying to see what your little icon looks like on my screen. Okay. Your former starship has been damaged beyond repair, and the Sentinel Horde is closing in. The only way forward is to design and assemble your own Corvette-class ship. All right. Oh, your first expedition? It's a great way to kind of boost an early save. I would recommend it if it's your first. Yeah, definitely new save expedition. Yeah. Earn equipment and exclusive reward for completing milestones. I don't really need to worry about that. I use Save Editor. 9 years of playing this game. I deserve it. Although occasionally I kind of go nostalgic and do a normal and, like, grunt and ask a million questions to chat because I can't remember how to play the game. You want to know something about building? I got you. And if I don't, I know somebody. But okay, so we're gonna have to design our own Corvette ship. I kind of figured that's what we were gonna do here. I think we all knew that. Let me know if the music's too loud over the game. I want to do a combination of the two. No music. We got music. Although, you know what? Let's go game for now. It's been a while since I've done game, and expeditions are a good excuse. I always find myself doing when I'm doing an expedition, before I use Save Editor, and I actually had to earn them. I always found myself, like, really enjoying it again, because there's so much new stuff that I haven't seen going out and exploring. I'm usually, locked on a dead planet building something, and I never really get to experience the game as much as I used to. And I miss it. All right. I should probably do this. Wondering if I should do this non... You know what? I'm going to do it multiplayer. What the hell? Why not? Wow, my ship is 4,000 U out? 400 U out. All right, let's see what we got to do. All right, hold on. Expedition. Phase 1, link to the stars. Rise from the wreckage of your ship. Investigate your starship. Okay. Ship architecture. Assemble your first Corvette. Excavate 5 Corvette modules. Engage Corvette autopilot for 30 seconds. Warp to a new system. Defeat Sentinel interceptors. Oh, great. So we're not going to go too pretty on this one. We're going to go Puron, Uggo, and, No, I should be talking. Can you not hear me? Or tell me, what the hell? Can you hear me? I should be going. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. That doubles me up. Hello, hello. Hello, Clarice. Because I can hear myself here. So. Oh, you can hear? Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, no, maybe? Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody out there?
Are you crazy? Is that your problem?
I am actually having mute. I am having mute problems, and now I got to freaking keep an eye on the light and on my meter. Yeah, there's something going on when things start. I mute, and I don't know why. I need to look into that. So, like, when you say that Like, it needs to be real Kiwi. That's one thing in this that please don't mess with me, because the mute thing happens a bit, and lately, like, if I alt-tab or I start something up, like, the mute kicks in, and I don't know why. So, yeah. You gotta let me know on that one. And let me know if, like, the game volume's enough and everything as well. Or not enough and all that. Alright, well, we now here at night, so... Alright, what do we got on us for a start? Exosuit. Of course it's not. Why would it not be? Alright. Locate my ship. On it. Scan everything along the way. What do you mean by don't build another Nokia? I don't understand the reasonings for that. Please inform me. No worries. Just like with the mute thing, like feel free to, you know, I mean, people do anyway, but with the mute thing, because of what's been happening lately, it just, I need to know if I'm actually muted, because sometimes I don't notice that, you know, I've switched over to something. Oh, gotcha. No worries. I might build a Nokia now. I might build a flying cell phone. You give me an idea. Alright, we got a refiner. Object in use. Alright. Where's my ship? I mean, if we have to, we'll turn multiplayer off, but... We'll start with some of the collectibles we know we always need. You know, this was a weird summer. I didn't do anything at work. Yeehaw. Didn't even have a vacation. I'm a light jacket, sweatshirt kind of person. I like my coats. Double tap. What's going on? I just saw question marks. Where? Don't lie to me. Alright, you're lying. I mean, are we looking for something specific? Oh yeah, we're not going to be doing good here, are we? No, we're not. I got to remember how to do all this stuff too. Sodium. We need sodium. All right. Do we have sodium here anywhere? No, let's do a scan. Got carbon. Carbon. All right. Let's get to our ship. Oh, is that my ship? Yes. Oh. Mine must be the one on fire. Radiant pillar. All right. Atlas connection. Not found. Log recovery error. Launch systems unrecoverable. You screwed, man. An unhealthy buzz sounds from the dashboard. The controls yield and smolder under my fingers, melted by the heat of the fire. Yet despite the extensive damage, somehow the communicator is still online. Receiving an incoming call. I really like the curve, that's right, baby. A little bit of curve ain't bad. Too much, and then it just doesn't look right either. Forgotten me, forgotten us. Forgotten us, forgotten me, forgotten us. The station core's imprint restore. The signal is so compromised that the message is almost indecipherable. Yet this voice, like this ship, feels impossibly, intimately familiar. All right. Giggity, giggity. The line goes quiet of the voice. Only static remains. A packet of data is attached to the transmission. Retrieve orbital uplink blueprint. New product formula learned. Orbital uplink. This device bypasses the mainstream teleport network, providing a direct link to the local space station, so you can build on land. Select the device and use activate teleport to instantly transfer to the nearest space station. Right on. Boop. Alright, construct an orbital uplink to escape this planet, craft products in the usual way, yada yada yada. Brr, you're done. Really? You're gonna attack me? Like, I'm gonna, what are you doing? Alright, where's our orbital uplink? Let's see here. What do we need? We need chromatic metal. So we need some kappa. All right. Let's start doing some work. All right, we need sodium. We need buried tech mods. We need dihydrogen. Love is like dihydrogen. It makes your starship feel real fast, but it's a pain in the ass, running around collecting crystals. If you're new here, I apologize for my horrible singing voice, but you know, gotta have some fun somehow, right? Give me them mods. Give me them very tech mods. You know, and I noodle on guitar. I'm not very good at it, but you know, I enjoy the process of making some noise, learning something that I'm not very good at. More beer and other things. Nanites, I'll take those. Alright, we know we saw... Did we see a buried tech mod somewhere? Could have sworn we did. Alright, what do we got? Buried tech, 194. Oh, I was thinking the wrong thing. What is this? What are you? Malinsky, I can put that on if you would like. I got it. I got you. We're right there. I know, Lux is dope. Lux is great. I'm so glad I stumbled across the channel. I typed it, and then I contacted the creator, and I was like, hey, I play this game. I do a lot of building. Would it be cool? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, you're awesome. Thank you. You know, just link it. And I promote it all the time because all y'all ask, which is nice too. And it's just like Blade Runner. Ooh, sodium deposit. Right there. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for. Oh, wait a minute. Do I even have a multi-tool worth doing? We don't have an advanced mining. Terrain manipulator. Oh, we just need terrain manipulating. Never mind. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally Vangelis, totally Blade Runner. I mean, it's all, and it's evident, you know, in their channel, you know. And come on, if you love Blade Runner, you're alright in my book. Alright. Gotta do my scanning. Pick up some nanites along the way. Alright, we need stuff too. We're gonna need carbon. Oh, yeah. I forgot I'm playing the game here. I mean, I am in creative though, so technically, I still need to gather like tech mods and whatnot. Or do I need to? Fable Pilgrim, what's going on? Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not in creative. I'm in expedition. So yeah, actually, I can die, and that's not good. Yeah, you gotta remember you're actually playing the game, kid. That helps. Alright, carbon. Take everything I can get for whatever I'm getting. The hydrogen, sure, why not? Give it to me. Give me the goods. Give me the goods. Give it to me. But at the same time, whoa. You knew? No. Ferrite dust, we'll take that. Yeah, I gotta charge my mining beam and stuff. I just did it. I always think Mixoflick. See that name there. Oh, need some advanced mining laser there. I'm just gonna stand here for a minute, vibe out to this music while we're collecting resources. And we gotta go to, we need buried tech mods, right? That's what I need in order to find the ship stuff. Is that what I'm needing? Or are there specific minutes? Alright, we should probably run through. I'm not smart like the other guys. I just jump in. We'll figure it out as we go. And I want to thank all y'all for stopping in tonight. Good to have you. I'm glad I got out of work early enough to get some streaming in. Ooh, I hope we get that plant. Big pineapple plant. That's cool looking. I went, yeah. Oh, all right. So I wasn't wrong. Right on. Super happy about that. Perfect. We need the dust. Ferrite to it. We need... What else do we need? We need copper. There's got to be copper here. What's on this plant? Copper. Alright, cool. Alright. Perfect. Get some sodium for the chilly nights. Oh, nice. Old school. Reminds me of old school deposits. Although not as plentiful. Alright. More carbone. Copper, copper, copper. Where are you? Come on, copper. Where are you? Pyrite. Nope. Pyrite. Copper. And crash. I do, Mixel. Alright, let's do some verification, shall we? Manage. Is it browse? No. What's the verify on this? I forgot. Properties. Properties. We'll let it verify. Crashes happen. Yeah, see, I switched and I muted. Something's going on. I got to figure out why that's doing that. Sort of auto mute thing going on. That day just got brighter. All right. Successfully validated. All right. That's good to know. Play. You know what? Before we do that, let me just see what I got going for mods. I may have. No, everything's disabled except for Better Torch and Alt Tab. That shouldn't cause an issue. I got the, all the other things are disabled at the moment, so. Ah, the mute. Okay. So crashing is common. I'm assuming. We need copper. Where am I going? You know what? As much as I don't want to do this, we're going back old school. Pre-multiplayer times. And you had to find your way out of a cave. Alright, let me get comfy. We're playing. Alright, let's find some copper. Where are you, copper? I know we just found you. Pyrite. And it was obviously back in the other direction. Pyrite, buried tech. We want to go in the same direction as we can. And you know what? Let's get to the lower valley here. Nice. Painted metal. Oh, I didn't know about that. There's ammo on the ground. Damn you, terrain! It might, but my experimental updated, so. Just gotta roll with the punches, my friend. Gotta roll with the punches. Life is gonna kick you in the teeth. Since my teeth are already way messed up, ever since I was a kid. To me. I wish I could afford, like, you know, a new grill. That's always been my biggest, well, that's not true. It's been my biggest, source of self-confidence, which actually, yeah, it is. Oh, analyze. Oh. Alright, before we just got blasting away, let's make sure we... Good thing I'm fast on the trigger. Alright, are we walking towards copper or am I just being good? Oh! Never mind. I mean, we're still going to go get some copper, but we are getting some chromatic metal. I forgot, sometimes that shows up as a resource. It is a secondary resource, generally. So you do need to mine quite a bit of little things before you can collect enough to be worthwhile. Alright, but we're still going towards the copper, right? Where is it? I know we had a thing. There it is. Oh, you're only 50. Alright, 50 units. 50 meters, 50 units, 50 feet. What is a unit? Don't say. Nomenclature. Gotta love it. So, a few months back, maybe more than just a few, I'm gonna go maybe a year back. Flipping through the old YouTube and checking music stuff. And I like to do like, sometimes I watch like reaction videos. People reacting to stuff. And some of them I'm like, what? You've never heard of Pink Floyd? You've been living under a rock? But at the same time, I get it, you know. I mean, maybe exposed to certain kind of music all your life. But, you know, soundtracks and this and the other thing. Anyway, to make this longer and more endless. Yeah, we're getting sunny. Go for the little rocks. The little rocks will get what you need. Lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Hey, Wolfhart, what's going on? What's going on? Expedition. Yes, Expedition. I'm just playing. Like, I know it's weird. I'm not building something at the moment. I know that is 98.75% of what I do, but I was like, you know what? The expedition is fun. I don't really need to do it, but I'm gonna. Just to kind of validate it. And see, even though I use Save Editor, I will run through an expedition. Because, you know, even though, yeah, I can use it ahead of time and I get that little preview, which I don't mind in the game. It, you know, keeps me going with it. I'm like, ooh, new build card coming out, whatever it is. And I still do. Something else I was talking about earlier. I totally went off on a tangent. It'll come back around. Alright, Copper. Where's my name, Copper? Right over here. Gotta get the mouse. Oh, yeah. There's that. I mean, I can go collect one. People will give them. You know, they'll get copied and people will share them. It's a nice mellow planet so far. I don't want you leading me back here. Alright, I think we got it. Oh, life support. Probably pay attention to that, huh? Alright. More copper. Hey, you told you could grab some pyrite. More about the copper at the moment. Plenty of pyrite. Ah! See, baloney! I cleared this. I hate when it leads me back. Alright. Move forward. Oh, no way. Right on. And here's a little interesting factoid. A buddy of mine told me once. The name Wendy wasn't a name until Peter Pan. It was a made-up name. Which is pretty cool. I was just going to do a little walkabout here. Pyrite. Alright, we'll head towards the pyrite. Looks like our only kind of choice anyway. And we'll keep heading in an easterly direction. Should be able to watch it soon. Well, I don't know. And we might as well collect some stuff on the way through. I should probably stop and read again. Read? What? How dare you? Oh, no way. Oh, it's today? Happy birthday. Right on. Alright, we'll head toward the sodium, I guess. I know this, Mixel. Hate the torch. Don't get me started about the torch. No worries, Wolf. It's a community. Ah, key word there, my friend. Right? All right. I gotta make one of those I tried, but the only ones I found in the volume was horrible. I might have to record one somehow. There's probably a meme of it already out there. If there's not, that's crazy. Copper! Copper! Pyrite and blah blah blah. Damn, pirate is like everywhere. Alright, fine. What am I doing? East. We're going east. It wants me to get pyrite. I have a feeling. I don't know why. Ooh, wow, look at that. That's a nice little, view. Gotta say that walking around a lot of these planets, these, and especially back in the day, in the early days, it was like you'd come up over a hill and it's like, I would say this every once in a while, it's like, it's a Yes album cover, you know. For those of you who know the band Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It still is a lot of times, just updated version. Nice. Alright, well, I'll shut my yap for a minute. Let everyone vibe out. Started in 3, 2, 1. Really, I mean now. Sometimes I'll just walk, you know, not necessarily like interested in getting all of it, you know, just kind of a little bit as I'm moving forward. Sometimes I'll sit there like, if there's enough of it, you know, to kick around. But yeah, if you're new to this game, an expedition is a great way to start a save with a little bit of extra goodies in your pocket. Yeah, I'm not going to take one of those. I know what happens. Unless you tell me to take one, I am not going anywhere near that right now. Actually, we're on a... feels like a mellow currently. I know that there is sentinel activity later on that we'll be dealing with, I'm sure. No! I didn't even plan that. Look at the range, Mickey Mouse. Still heading east. Right on, right on. We will continue to head east. Send a weary traveler. And see, I'm always torn between, do I need to keep like babbling to fill the dead air? Or, you know, do I just be mellow and chill and, you know, I can go either way. Doesn't matter. Be chill, be mellow. Lap my gums for no reason. The name Gek floats in my vision. An echo of the strange vision I just experienced. A word in this alien tongue is seared into my brain. As we continue to look for Tama and find holy pirate. Give me the knowledge. I don't got time for your stories, eh? Want to tell me what you are, please? Okay. I thought I saw some question marks. J.L. Green, what is going on? What are you doing there, big old rhinoceros? find some copper. I probably have enough to. Yeah, we can check. All right, let's start. Well, make sure to subscribe to Lux on YouTube, Spotify, Bandcamp, SoundCloud, pretty much anywhere you find music. You will probably find LUX. Again, there is a link in the description. Doing something out in the universe, metaverse, digital, whatever we call it. Out there on the internets. What is it with the lack of copper? You got everything else but. Aha! I knew I saw a question mark. I have a feeling we're going to see this terrain. Big worry that I'm going to step from science fiction into fantasy, but have the feeling be very, I mean, it, you know, it's hard not to, but I'm hoping that that Light No Fire will have its own vibe. You know? I'll always do this. I'll always build in this environment because the build mechanic and the parts, you know, you can do a, especially now that they're testing some of the parts, a sci-fi build or a fantasy build or a mixture. You know, I mean, that's what I love about the build mechanic from No Man's Sky is that it's so flexible, universal, creative. There's a word. I know it's there somewhere in my head. Oh, hey, look. And again, I'm just. Alright, construct an orbital uplink to escape the planet, craft products in the inventory with pin blueprints, blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, yada. Just need a little more copper. But all we're finding is pyrite and sodium. This planet hates me. Yeah, well, that is what I'm looking forward to. You know, I mean, I'm a sci-fi guy. You know, I prefer sci-fi. I love fantasy. You know, I grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons and Cyberpunk and, you know, the actual games. My brother giving me a cursed ring. And then I came up with an interesting name for my character. And my brother's like, damn it. I actually just made your character cooler. You know, I had the name already, and then I just added the 9-fingered because I had lost my pinky. Doing a cursed ring. So Caduceus, the 9-fingered. my character couldn't take magic or do something, so I ended up with most of the money. Go to barbarian class, and remember everything correctly. I mean, I played other classes. Alright, I'm starting to get a little... Hey! Some copper. See? The game knew. Game's like, alright, he's getting a little angry. All we're showing is pyrite, sodium. Okay, we'll do this, then we'll stop and we'll read and pay attention for a minute. Yeah, it's a small deposit. Really? No edit permission. Someone has a base around here. Right there's a bit. Is this a base in the wild? No, because you I can't remember what it. Yeah, I'm logging in as a guy, so it's not a base in the wild. Someone just was like, yeah, get you in that copper deposit. I know you were just searching for 30 minutes. Exactly. Rude. How rude. I'll take it with your sodium. Yeah, it's a great update. Even though it is probably one of the buggiest updates we've had in a bit, everyone seems to not be complaining as much because it's like, we finally got ships that we can build, you know. I would just like the mechanic to work properly, you know. Alright, let's go grab some pyrite. Oh, you know what we haven't been doing that we should have been? I'm a wicked big moron. I was just concentrating on copper. Now we gotta go look for buried tech. Where are you? There's that last little piece. Yeah. Whatever. Alright, let's look for buried tech now. We need that. Yeah. Alright, we are now is this how I get the pieces? Is through buried tech? I would imagine, yeah? Or is it like special stuff I'm looking for? Oh, question mark. Where'd that question mark go? Maybe. Come on. Where's that question mark? probably put the HUD up a little bit better. Or a little bigger, rather. Oh, really? Oh, that's so awesome. I gotta see that one. I gotta see that one. I hope someday, I would really love to be able to go and, you know, do the meetup and, you know, meet all the people that I've known for 9 years now. Unbelievable. The 10-year anniversary has gotta be, that, I would love to make the 10. When is that? When would that be? I know it's like next year and all that, but I'm wondering if I would have time to script and save and get a passport in time. Whatever it is you're looking for. Not mine. August 9th. That might be. That was a weird render-in. You saw that over there on the left? Life support offline. Start paying attention again. What happens when you go from creative building to playing the game? Where'd you go? I'm guessing we can't scan those fast little buggers. I don't know if y'all remember the little butterflies in the early game. Were impossible to scan. We actually got one of them in victory. A lot like these things here. Only less detailed. Alright, I don't care about the fossil bed so much. But I'm gonna go dig some because money. Man, it's been forever since I played the game. Like, you know, seems like, well, and it has been. Again, that whole building thing in this game. It's the most creative build mechanic I've ever encountered, you know, and it's got a good vibe as well. Discarded dirt. Do I need that for anything? No, right? Not right now, anyway. No, I really just need that. I'm guessing. I wonder if it's going to matter because... Alright, let's see what we actually need to do now. Done a little bit of collecting. No need to do that. Get out of the cold for a minute. Gonna get cold. And let's see what we got. Alright. We have... Alright. Activate teleport with X. Okay. Let me just see what the game wants me to do, though. Alright. Link to the stars. Assemble your first ship. Okay. But you're going to need stuff to do that. Okay. Current objective. Excavate Corvette module. 0 of 5. Alright. How do we get the Corvette? Follow the storyline. Feed Sentinel interceptors, which is never fun. Sign the first rendezvous. Yeah, this is a mellow one. You'll come back for the part. That's kind of what I figured. That's why I was like, just follow the story. You know. Alright, visit a lush world. Catch 3 fish. Rare seafood and the Corvette nutrient. Okay. It is obviously linked to this. You know, we knew that. Sign the third rendezvous. Install Corvette maneuverability modules, destroy asteroids, discover 3 creatures on distant worlds. Dissonant worlds, rather, excuse me. Claim a multi-tool from a harmonic camp. Eliminate corrupt sentinels. Pilot your Corvette. Alright, so we're going dissonant. Sign the force rendezvous. Shield module, damage module. Embark upon another traveler's Corvette. Ah, optional. Assortment of cakes. And 500 quicksilver. Alright, I'll hook up with somebody I know and do that. Fall for 60 seconds for a Corvette. Visit a pirate system. Smuggle contraband. Engage the emergency warp unit. Alright, blah blah blah. Find deep space anomalies, install initial reactor, destroy derelict freighter, restore Sentinel Traveler neutrality, take a photo of your Corvette, shut down a planet Sentinel forces, and you're done. Okay. Title, Shipwright, Corvette decal plans, Corvette banner, Deadeye Cannon, Plasma Starship Trail, Villager Trail, Vigilant trip. Slow down there, bud. Corvette blueprint poster plan built to last forever. Okay. Alright. Let's rise from our wreckage. Into our suit. Activate teleport. Okay, so now we need to look. Assemble your first Corvette. Should I assemble the Corvette first or go look for modules? Oh, how many people? Oh, thank you for being here. Do we build ship? Do we do this in order? Because I know a lot of time with the expeditions, you kind of like want to grab a bunch of other things to make your life easier. All right, give me a moment. I gotta go get something for my tummy. I ate something that's not agreeing with me. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. Hey, how about that? So you have to assemble no ship, and you need to go to certain planets to cook. Okay, and you probably need, because I haven't done like collect the modules. I was in creative, like, all right, let's go, let's build, let's learn this mechanic, etc., etc. All right, this is a good time to actually take a little break before we get into building here. Although we have limited stuff and whatnot, so all right, give me one moment, and let's see if I can't do the trick here. All right, give me a sec. I'm just gonna AFK for a minute or two. I'll still be in the room. We're here. I'll talk just from a distance. Yeah, this update, even though it messed with some of my builds, my regular builds, and it messed with some of them to the point of breakage, and I'm kind of bummed about it because I had future plans. This is really great. They changed the animation on the boundary seal thing, and I had done a bunch of stuff with that, and the animation was super great, and you know, it rendered just fine, didn't have any problems, and then they out of nowhere decided to change. I mean, I will still try to find something interesting to do with the new animation, but it really messed with an entire save written stuff. Sorry, I couldn't find my hit assets. All right, let's See what kind of minimal build stuff we get for what do we get? Excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna have to go through all this. Alright, we have that. Oh, so it's making, okay, so, alright. Got it. I got it. I see. Alright, then what? Attach core mod, habitation mod. Got it. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, you only get one. Reactor. Alright, basics. Got it. I gotcha. It says rotate and flip. And of course, you know, we can't do our trick right now, so. Hey, sound out there, what's going on? Alright, so we got our funky little ship. Geometric berth. QE. Or QE8. Oh, I know, Mitchell. I'm like, yeah, no, come on. Can I call in one of my other ones? This is pathetic. You can't go out under the hood like this. Alright, what's our next move? Finalized. Yeah, I know. Couldn't be prouder. Alright, new reward available. Yes, there it is. Yeah, it's never good when you get ammunition. as a reward. You're like, I'm afraid. Here comes some sentinel fighting. Yeah, we know what to do. Justy gifting out those memberships. The face off. Thank you so much for doing that. Don't make me say it. Yep, there's one more. Install. Oh, really? All right. I do not know about that. A tip, you know about my new... Okay. Alright, well, we'll learn. Alright, let's move on. Let's move forward. Alright, excavate advanced Corvette-Voyagers. Salvageable scrap. Alright, salvageable scrap. On our way. I got you, crowbar. What do you know, right? What do you know? Aggressive seconds. Before we just go there. Activated copper. I'd rather deal with a storm than deal with angry sentinels. you can't really land your ship, so. Let's see what I'm doing. Alright, here we go. A little better. Alright. Sure. Oh, really? Well, that's pretty wild.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Did I get it? I did. Well, that's pretty fun. And, you know. Alright. I'll give it that. Oh, hey, tree. Oh, no. Land. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Really? Oh, hey. Oh, slow down, slow down. There we go. Vent storage unit. Rare item. Oh, this is going to make for some, I mean, it totally helpful in an environment like this, though. You know, where you can't see squat. No, I don't want to land. Why did I just do that? Oh, hey, oh. Get a little air. Slow down. Still moving. It stops the minute you get out of the seat. I gotta put it on autopilot. Oh, wait, there's one right there. Alright, head that way. No, stop that. Oh, I keep going over there. Just habit. Oh, no way. Alright, so maybe not. Alright. I gotta remember now to, you know. Gotta remember new controls, new things. Yeah, I want to play this on my TV again. Might have to check the PlayStation out tonight. Or this weekend. I gotta work tomorrow. Work. On the other side of
Extreme night temperature detected.
Alright, so what are those weird ones? Alright, forget that. Can't scan the birds, but I mean, I'm not going to spend all, you know, the whole time. I got to get to building. I got to finish one of my ships. I got like 2 or 3 and, you know, partially done. Then I want to get off this style and try to figure out something else. You know, I made a fleet. Is what it is. It's all kind of a similar style. But, you know, again, in fairness, trying to learn this new build mechanic, see what snaps to what. See what it does. We still need something to flip certain things upside down. I mean, I know they did a lot of changes to prevent too much glitchy bits. And I get it. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was just kind of having fun with it. Again, I never play really, you know. I miss it. There we go, that's how you do that. Yeah, no, that's how you do all the flying critters. Ooh, I wonder if like a worm like comes out, slams into your ship, sends you flying. That would could be neat. Coloring here, I gotta do something about. Alright, engage Corvette autopilot for 30 seconds. Alright.
Extreme temperature detected.
Yes, space is an extreme temperature. Probably should have told me something else. I want to deal with aggressive sentinels. What is it we're looking for again, too? So I don't, salvageable scrap, right? Yeah. Which this has, but aggressive sentinels. Aggressive sentinels. Aggressive sentinels. Alright, take the lesser of. We gotta do it for 30 seconds anyway, right? Alright. Where's my ship? Where'd it go? Did it leave me?
Thermal protection falling.
Uh-oh. Aren't we supposed to be doing a spacewalk? Right, we gotta do 30 seconds, so. I'm not gonna do the spacewalk again, because that didn't seem to work. Excuse me. Oh, because I was probably booking. I'm like, all right, later, ship. Peace, I'm out. I've had enough. Alright, so what happened? Exactly what happened. I forgot I was moving. Didn't seem like it, you know. I looked over at the speedometer this time. Yeah, whatever. Just take a picture. What's the other one we need to do? Isn't there like a spacewalk one? Hold on. Anything I can breathe out here. Nice. Got warp tuner system. From a spacewalk, 30 seconds. Okay.
Thermal protection. Warning.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you have to admit, it is pretty cool. Yeah, I found that out the hard way. I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm still moving. Where's my ship? All right, I need to take a quick break. I gotta hit the old laboratory. Do a little bio break here. I wonder if I should just coast over to this planet and by the time I make it back, or if I would crash. There we go. Yeah, this is a pretty great update. I mean, it really is. It's nice to have a ship you can, you know, do what we're doing. Yeah, a freighter. Different. I wish these had a little more, a little less cabin fevery, a little more room. I wish there was a, you know, a larger open space, especially once you start putting stuff in. Just a little bit more, especially when you're in first person, like I like to be. This feels a little tight. But all right, I'll be right back. Hope you're still here. If not, thank you so much for stopping in. Good to see you. I usually do Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays is my normal stream day, unless I get out of work early enough to do something like this. And you know, brand new expedition, early work day. I'm all for it. The ship from the YouTube image. Where is it from? Shadow Gaming. I'm not sure what you mean, but I'll be back and I'll try and figure that out. What you're talking about there. So yeah, anyway, so for those of you who are, you know, out of here and you got better things to do and more interesting things to watch, hope to see you again. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment, ring the bell, all that jive. For those of you sticking around, get up, stretch out for a minute, peel the peepers away from the screen, get away from that blue light for a minute, go do your own bio break, grab a snacky treat and a beverage, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we'll be right back. As soon as I can find that darn button. There it is. We'll be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Light lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night.
All right, we're back. All right, I want to build something. I want to fly around in this junker all night. All right, so the ship made in the game, your thumbnail looks really clean and nicely built. Oh, thank you. Let's go look at some, and then we'll go build something. I have 6 weeks to finish this. We gotta fix a hyperdrive. I'll land. We'll save. So yeah, that ship is my ship, one of my ships. Once I figured out how to flip the darn parts, you know, that made life a lot more creative. And I had seen that part, and I'm like, I need to flip that. I need a mirror image of that, and I couldn't. And I was on stream, and I'm complaining about it. And as I'm complaining about it, all of a sudden, it flipped. And I'm like, what did I do? So I went back and begrudgingly watched my own stream, which I never do, for obvious reasons. Pardon me. Yeah, we're gonna get to it right now. Restore point save, perfect, excellent. I don't want any critters coming to get me. So yeah, that flip trick video that I made, you know, was me figuring it out. You know, like I'm like, all right, how did I do that? You know, how did that happen? You know, what freaking, yeah, here it is right here. You mean this one? Yeah. And then I was able to flip these, so we got a way cooler, you know, angle with the, you know, but the downside is the animations don't work right. Only 2 of them fire on one side, so, you know, your ship's like doing this, technically. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. So yeah, so just this one part, and thank you. And then I tried to do something bulky, and I was kind of, you know, I'm like, all right, I'll stick with this one part, you know, this style. But then I wanted to add some different stuff. Where am I? Yeah, let's get to a space station. It's easier and friendlier to. How do I get into my own ship? Yeah, it's at the other end. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you. So, you know, a lot of times, even when I'm doing terrain building, and if you haven't seen any of my terrain stuff, I'm in the save that I'm working on something, and I can show you real quick. And then I have a city that's almost 16,000 parts. I deleted a bunch when we got the new parts, because I wanted to add them, and then I came up with this whole other building thing, and whatever. I'll show you. At some point, you'll see. I can run it through tonight. It's not too hard to do. All right, let's go to a space station, get out of here, because it's going to be all funky, and we can't work on anything. Space station. Yeah, I have something that's the color's off, and it's driving me nuts because I don't have the part. Well, I could probably make it. I just don't know where that is. And if I move something, you know, you can't move anything right now and then put it back. It, like, if you move it, it deletes, which is kind of a pain in the backside. The keister, the rump, the rear end, the dupa, the culo. That's how I fly. I fly in first. Well, I can show you how to do this. It's super easy. And I have a tutorial. It's the most views I've ever gotten in one video. And I've been streaming, doing building stuff for going on 9 years? Almost 10? Yeah. 9? Whenever building was introduced, a couple of months after I started streaming, my buddy was like, "You got nothing better to do." I was like, all right. All right, so this is ship 1. I believe this is the first one I built, if I'm not mistaken. And then I have, I should probably make these larger. Now, no, this is ship 1. This is the first ship I built. Before I learned the flip trick, and before I, you know, came up with that or whatever, you know, it happened somehow. I wish the bay doors operated independently like a garage door. I call this one the lump. This was my first ship. But still, you know, I wanted something curvy, not blocky. These I want to figure out, or hope they change, and we can rotate those reactors so that they stick to the side of the ship or the bottom of it. You know, it's not just on top, blah. You know, here's the only spot you can put this. It's like, great. You know, that kind of limits your building potential. So yeah, first ship here. And then... No, that's the rebuild. All right. I'm working on this. The problem though is keeping that connection. So I got to figure out how to do that. You know, where everything connects. Oh, thank you, Shadow. I haven't taken this for a test flight yet. Wonder what the engines will do. Then I got another big bulky one. Yeah, this puppy here. This is no slouch. Actually, might have to go wide angle camera lens for this one. The only downside is this doesn't close. I don't know, it's because it doesn't, exactly, Shadow, yeah. And where it says rotate and flip, the rotate and flip should actually rotate and flip. You know, I mean, I'm a little nitpicky, I know, but, I mean, you know, it's a creative aspect. You know, you should allow for some creativity, you know. I mean, part of me feels that, you know, this rotation thing, yeah, you can tell I'm still working on this one. I still got setup pieces in here. But again, I was trying to go for like a fleet sort of look. There are a couple of parts in here, a couple of ships where it is, I like the underside too. I like how this came out. That right there. If you wanted to know this show, if you want me to show this technique, I will. It's not very difficult. And then later on, you know, you can you know, watch the video and refer back to that for reference. Sorry. Gears were slipping there for a minute. But yeah, this is basically three parts used over and over again. Maybe four at most. You know what I mean, minus the engines. But the body itself is just that wing, that engine, and this winglet thing here, which I wish we could rotate the other way, which we can. And then and then see what else we got here. I love the Iron Vulture. That's such a great ship. Ah, the Folly. All right, now there's a wing set in here from Save Editor, so I'm sorry, but I had to play with it. Kind of like sort of a chopper looking thing. I still kind of noodling with this one. But this is a wing set. It's the Ambassador Heavy Booster. It's in Save Editor, so it may or may not ever show up. Keep that in mind. If you play on PC, you can build with this. And I'm sure mods will be well on the way. But it's got curve, you know, and it works with the other parts. It just needs some detailing. You can tell it was like a roughed out part. And then I have one more with that set of wings. That is this little puppy here. So, and I haven't even rotated these things yet. I didn't know that I was using this without knowing the rotation trick, so you know, I'm gonna have to play with that. They're a little odd. They are a little bulky. You know, obviously they are not fully detailed. You can see where they are, but they got good. You know, they have a good shape, good curve. You can add it in with the other parts, and it works. You know. All right, let's get to somewhere where I'm actually building something or working on something. Oh, I'll show you terrain stuff because it's in here, and then we will. And then I got to get my actual ship that I'm using right now, and I got to figure out how to fix that color flash. Yeah, this one is nice. It's super clean. That's driving me absolutely insane. And I don't know what's in there, and I don't know if I can, you know what I mean? I haven't been able to highlight it. Shadow Gaming, I hope so as well. Kind of like, you know, maybe Quicksilver. You know, through Quicksilver or Expeditions or something like that would be great. I'm like, I'm not running all that way. I hope like with base parts, or they, you know, they might just be like, hey, here's some new parts, you know. And somebody, I was watching a video, and somebody, you know, I've heard this before as well, but yeah, all my Kaleidoscope R&D stuff ruined. Some of it still works. I can alter it, but it's killing me. This is a build that I did on the side of my friend's build, ER Burrows. Levity, what's going on? forgot setup pieces, so forgive me. All of this is built live. When I live stream, you see everything I build. You know, I don't edit, I barely, upload. Yes, if you watch my live streams back, fast forward a bit until you see something, and if there's something you ever, notice or whatever, you can always ask and be like, hey, how did you do that thing right there? And I will stop what I'm doing and try to show you. I've always been about, expanding creativity. I gotta fix this sign. I like it, but I don't. It's not exactly what I was hoping for, but... this sign came out nice. Got a good, so shadow gaming. When it comes to building in, console, everything that you see here can be done on console. 95% of this was built with no mods. Later, I went and had a resizing and place the freighter parts because I was just tired of doing the cash pin glitch, and look at, the amount of effort it would have taken me to do this would have been, nightmarish, and would never, I would have gone through it if I was still on console, but, there are no parts here that you can't get. There's nothing sized that you can't size on a console. There is nothing done, and most of this was done, like I said, no mods. Just, scaling certain things up and, knowing that for the things that you can't normally scale, with the wire scale glitch, and then the cache pin to get the freighter stuff in. But then you're using cuboid rooms to do your scaffold, and then that takes up a room, and, then if you miss a glitch, you got to go back into the menu. It's just, and after, 9 years of building, I deserve a breather. But yeah, and all this stuff is, and I haven't had time to decorate, but you can enter every building, every area. There's little detaily bits that I will do later. I just haven't had time to do right now. And then now I'm building ships, so like, damn it, let me concentrate on one building thing at a time. I can only do so much. And, I've been building for as long as building's been in the game, for the most part. Back when nobody was really playing the game. Oh yeah, there's a downstairs too. Forgot. And I'm gonna have, I was gonna have little booths and vendors and, whatnot going on. Still working. Tried to have a sign, have a kind of a natural blink, go out. And that was using the bite beat. And then creating this sort of different window effect with the new parts. We just got the new parts. What can I do with them? What do they do? Messing around, noticed something, saw something somebody was doing, actually, and then I'm like, oh, that's a neat idea. What if I did this with that? And then came up with these windows. The power core that does not work the way it's supposed to. The signal booster beam in here used to have a rotation around it, using the stabilized local boundary thing. Then they went and changed the animation, and now that light doesn't interact anymore. I mean, it's still an interesting effect with some of the lighting, but you know, the part that I liked was this electrical current that went through it. If you look at some of my past streams, or the I'm gonna say I could probably pull up a video and show you, or the 616 Dream Machine ruined. The day that they brought out the boundary seal part, I built it, and then you know, I started doing all these other things with it. Now they went and just changed the animation on me, destroying an entire save. Alright, so this is my terrain build that I'm currently working on. You know, we got the hologram fish wall, you know, the where is it? The staircase light thingy wall. Just different versions of the same thing, trying to fill in space. And then this, you know, basic version. That's some of my terrain stuff. And my friend's build, which is nowhere to be found. E.R. Burroughs, who's, in my opinion, one of the best builders in the game, if not, like, just his style. If you're not subscribed to E.R., look at his builds. He does these great videos, too. Alright, we're gonna get out of here. Yeah, we know. And we're gonna go to a place where we're building, which I think is in this one. Yeah, I usually have a few going on at once. Yep. So, I'm currently building this one. Again, in a very similar style. But I was kind of concentrating more on the engine area this time. And then I wasn't sure if I was going to stack the cockpit up top, but that means I need to connect it, but more than likely I'm not. And what I'll do is I'll probably just fill in this, you know, I'll cap this portion off. It's probably not going to be anything I want, but, you know, I'll try a couple different things and we'll see what we get. But let me start a fresh one for y'all so you can see how to flip this stuff if you don't already know. Or if you have not seen the video yet. And I don't know what I have for ships here, if anything. I may not have anything really. Oh, and then I have this one. Again, you know, just sort of staying with that theme for now until I can, you know, dive into it a little bit more. But, you know, trying to bring the cockpit up higher, but still have the game register, you know, and kind of like it looks like, you know, without having to add a bunch of parts. Granted, you don't get much of a way of a view or windows, so it's either, you know, style or form or function. Right now I'm going for form, and then I will try to do form and function. So, still working on this one. And I think I have the entrance. And I may have built this backwards, if I remember correctly. Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. And then I had to scrap it. That's right. Too much nip, and I forgot what I was doing. So. Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm right. It's confusing sometimes. And yeah, so that's what I've been working on. All right. So, that one wing part and engines you can't technically flip, but because the engines look so neat, you should be able to flip them. And you know, you're gonna, as long as your cockpit is facing one way, you're fine, pretty much. You know, we tested, you know, putting the cockpit in the back, and you fly normal. It just, you know, your ship is, that's forward. So it doesn't matter which way the engines are facing. So to use the aesthetics, well, thanks for, my pleasure, Shadow Gaming. Thanks for sitting through it. But now I'll show you how I do it. And there's a couple of tricks that are pretty easy that can really expand your building with this. And then the terrain building, like those walls and I didn't get into my kaleidoscope stuff. If you've ever heard of the APG engine or the Sci-Fi Kaleidoscope, that's sort of what I'm known for making, because it circles with stuff. Now it's going to be ships, and I can't make a UFO. I can't make a circular UFO, damn it. Not yet, anyway. I'm hoping I can, or they give us the parts to do it. We need one more rotation, and it's just a little. Then we need some stuff that needs to rotate properly and stick or snap to the sides of the things. Well, I'll get into that later. All right, rotating parts. Thought that felt funny. It's pretty straightforward. There's not a lot to it. But you want to start with, and you can have a ship going, but it's better to start with it. You need to build a basic ship. So, and if you start in the middle, then it helps as well. Then you're going to grab a quarter, you know, one of these walkways. And then you're going to build a ship. And I usually build this right here, because you're going to need some of these parts later. Insanity Trap, welcome. And welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. I need a beverage. I'm a little nervous. I'm seeing the numbers I don't normally see. You know, usually it's like 20, you know, 10, 15. No, that's just chilling. All right, so you're going to build that, right? And you're going to, you know, it says warning, none of this stuff you have. You're like, oh, okay. So, then you're going to build a basic ship. You're going to grab your cockpit. You're going to grab your cargo bay. You're going to throw down a reactor. And then you're going to put down your propulsion, and then you need your weapons. Alright, now we have all of our stats over there on the right. So, made the ship, you're going to finalize it. Prepare. Add collection. Stomach. Oh. That did not sit well with me. Then you're going to go and you're going to grab the internal stairway. Rotate it once. I don't know if that's necessary, but I do it. Seems to help. It could just be mojo. Get out of your build. get out of your build menu, go back over. Boom. Modify again. Now what you're going to do is you're going to delete all of the stuff you just added. You're going to delete this top layer. I don't know why I added this VM. Delete that and then leave yourself with this here. Right? You need something on top of the stairs. This doesn't necessarily need to be there, but this upper one is important. Okay? So now what you're going to do is you're going to move the center room that you have the stairway in. And because the stairway can rotate, that room can now rotate. So you rotate it once, place it, copy this, and now you'll see that that room doubles up. Alright. Now, you can add a bunch of stairways in, too. You don't necessarily have to do this, but I find this to be easier. And you can rotate the room and do it individually. This saves lots of time later. And that's pretty much it, right? So then what I do is I then delete this. I delete the stairway, once you know you have your double up, which I do. You delete your setup, and now you can bring this in as your main, get your main going, and then put one of the double ups to the side. You're going to eat part count up initially, but this is just to get your aesthetics going, your shape. It's just your scaffold. Obviously, you're not going to be able to walk through it because there's two rooms in one. And then you just delete one of them, as you're kind of going through where you're going to habitate in the build. You just focus on the center. It'll delete the outer one, and then you're left with, if you have the circular walkway in the room with the Thunderbird, for example. But this allows you, to do the next thing. So normally, yeah, I know. It is what it is, right? As they say. I actually need to stay connected here. So now this part here, the Arcadia wing module, if you look down below, and I know my writing is small, I keep it that way because when building I don't want it, and I still need to have my pointer and everything, so I keep the font and everything small, the menu small. But it says flip part and rotate part. So LB and RB should rotate it, and all it does is flip it, and your left trigger should flip it, do this. But currently it does not. So if you wanted to mirror that part, or this, or that, or this, or that, a few other things. And it also provides a neat little whatever. You couldn't prior, But, and how many rooms do I have doubled up? One, and it did that? Good to know. So what I usually do is I'll start with like a center spine, and then for an aesthetic build where you don't care about the rooms, you can kind of put your, as long as these rooms I think are connected, because there's a, all modules must be connected thing, which I don't agree with, because then you're forced to kind of put a room between stuff you might not want to. It should just be wherever the, it's a build. It should all encompass. but you know where you're going to habitate. You know, you're like, okay, this is where I'm going to habitate. So use that as my base. One, two, one, two. And then I sort of start, you know, on the outer edges, at least right now. I'm, you know, it depends on what type of ship you're trying to build. Right now, I'm just kind of doing these big freighter looking things, you know, and kind of sticking with this theme, you know, using this part. But now you can go through and place that, rotate it, separate it a little bit. Flip another one in there. Start a theme, style. And this part just lends itself to looking pretty damn cool right off the bat. Rev, what's going on, Revivalizer? And actually I might just keep this. I like that. I mean, it's not as curvy, but it's, you know, clean. We can do something with this. The other thing too that's a little rough to deal with, and also remembering where your front is very important. Because if you start building in a certain way and now, uh-oh, what happened? Oh yeah. Now you can also do it this other way. Once you get this rolling, it's pretty straightforward. You can now rotate your room, which, in my opinion, you should be able to do without, you know, having to have a front and a back, if you will. You know, this should be your front and back. Granted, I get it, building in here, if you build facing the other way, you know, you might fly through the whole, you know, space station, wipe everybody out, and, you know, the kiosk over here. And then this is where you would kind of determine, all right, well, how big do I want this? How wide do I want to make it? You know. Granted, we're limited to this whole 100-part thing, which in my opinion, 2 at least. Yeah, I was working on something and I'm like, oh, I love this. And, you know, got distracted. And, you know how it goes from there. So I'm not going to be able to do that. And the other thing too you got to kind of keep in mind here is your symmetry. So now, here comes in another trick. But this is where things can get confusing. Like this new build mechanic already isn't. At the moment. You know, there's you know, where things tend to snap. you know, can all of a sudden you're, you know, what you're doing doesn't quite match up. Right, see? We were missing a double up right there. Yeah, right there. Now, at some point, you're going to want to remove this so that you can extend your scaffold out further, you know, if you need the room to add some parts. So there's a lot of add and subtract with this. Yeah, but come on, Rev. You know you wanted to do what I'm doing here with this one part in particular. The minute I saw this part, I'm like, yeah, that needs to do what I want it to do. Now you can usually tell the room's a double up because you get that little shimmer. I mean, this one piece rotating properly generates, you know, a number of different looks. You know, and if you want, you can, you know, just use part of it and then, you know, do another something. I mean, it really only was for these parts, to be but, you know, now you can take this and now notice how it's not quite symmetrical. So I would probably start with my landing gear maybe on this one, or not landing gear. For this particular thing, you know, if we're going to do like a hovercraft style ship, for example. And it's really just about your, you know, getting your setup. You can double it up like that. I mean, it depends on how, you know, what you feel like doing. Gary 412. Yeah, we'll get to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. And together. Now, at the moment, even if you don't, you know, even if you use 2, I don't know if anyone else is experiencing this, but one side works. Only like 2 of them work. And then as long as you leave one of these set up, you can actually get rid of these here and, you know, do a singular rotation. And I think a pick up and move will alter that. So let's just use the wing because it's easiest. All right, so it seems like it almost stays with it. So yeah, that's a good question. And that's kind of bizarre. Wonder if it's just as long as that one's that way. Couldn't answer it. But if you ever find yourself that you don't have that rotation, it's because you're, you know, that double up room allows you to, you know, if you don't want to double all of these rooms, you can do the middle one and then rotate each one individually to then rotate apart. I just find it, leave it in there, knowing that this is eventually going to be, where my character, is going to live. At least for right now, I'm just kind of doing these simple, sort of
pretty
straight
good.
line and using the
Not,
parts to create.
I'm not scared at all. I just feel kind of invincible.
Me too. I got a very positive attitude
Now-
about this.
Good, me too.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do a little expansion one here. We'll bring this one up. But, we need a room, that, a group of players who are now aboard this ship, instead of being like, here, I'll hang out in this area, all right, I'll hang out over here in this room. All right, hey, how you doing there down the hall? Or you're like standing like this next to each other. It needs like a little bit of a larger hab, some sort of larger hab. I get it that might be difficult to do, but we can try. Now, another interesting thing you can do, if you don't already know, and I can't remember where exactly I learned this one, but people had brought it up to me and were like, hey, did you know? And I'm like, yeah, I thought I noticed something with that, but I did not look into it further. And see, I always just kind of keep one around handy. So that way, if anything happens and you forget, you get distracted and you delete something, you always can bring it back in. You can go through and actually just go to one of the rooms and add in the stairs now that you've finalized, and you can go into back out, throw in a stairway, do that process. As long as you have a tab on top of the stairway one and you rotate the lower one, you can add it in at any time. But, breaks my rhythm. I'd rather just have this here. All right, now another little build trick for these is, say you want a part a little bit different, right? In terms of where it's ending. For example, this one. All right, that stops here and stops there. Which, that's okay. And I can still add in something interesting. It still flows. But why cover too much of that when you could just, at that point, you might as well just use, this one here. Granted, this angle does, and these angles make all the difference in the world, with working with another part. You want it to flow with the part, and then this looks appropriate. It's got sort of like this, airfoil over it. I missed that? Say it all again? Oh, don't tell me I was muted. Oh. But there's a couple of parts in here that are fun to use. This one, for example. Delete that. Take a room. And now you do... Hold on. You do that. And now you are halfway. Now you have a new area you can come into, and you have to see how this green stays here. So now I can go in Now, if I want to double this up, yeah, I gotta go and deal. But now I do have another option here, as you'll kind of see here. If I can get it to stick. Alright, so there's the original. Now if I can find the other one, damn it. Hold on. There you are. So that needs to go in more. 1, 2. There it is. And I can actually delete this. There we go. Cool. Alright, so now this comes in here now. And creates, you know, I can't flip it because I didn't double it up. And now that I took that one out, I'd have to bring that in. Or, you know, you keep carrying it over. And you can do something on the interior. It gets a little confusing because you can tend to lose which one. I've been trying to color code lately, but that gets worse. But it gives you some other, you know, other opportunities to do some stuff. You can also go up and down using that method. And this piece and the antenna, like all this works for this. You can use this thing here. And then, you know, just move the piece out of the way. And it'll, you know, kind of shove it to a side, if you will. See that there? Where are you? There you are. So see, it goes to the left, to the right. Then you go this way. So you can kind of, and then you can, if you get under it, it'll shift it up a half, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Or down a half. I know there's one that does it. I gotta remember which one it is. These pieces do act sort of odd. So that you can do keeping it in the same plane instead of having it shift over. So see how that's now within the same plane of our original. It didn't do that weird funky shift. So we could actually come in you'd still have to create a double up, right? Because it's now at a different height by a half. Just making sure I'm doubled in there. Oh. Yeah, so we're a half step this way and a half step down. So now you have that you can use as a, you know, a slightly higher bit for your setup. But if you want this to rotate in any way, you would have to come in and add that rotation portion of it. that make sense? But now if you don't have a part attached to this and attached to your build, this part is no longer recognized. I think there's something we can do with that, but warrants further investigation. So you can do those sort of things on the fly if you need to, you know, but now I can, you know, continue a curve because I'm sort of a half step. You know, and again, I'm not sure who figured this trick out. I heard it from a couple of people, and I saw a video. People I know with one. You know, so now if I want to add the rotation here, unfortunately what I have to do is I have to mini complete a ship every time, right? That I'm working, which gets to be a little bit of a hassle, but not a big deal. So as long as I, you know, I throw the cockpit on, I just kind of put this, you know, somewhere that I can delete it, hopefully, which I've been noticing actually this part's been a bear to delete. I usually leave either the center or the one right by the cockpit as my holding one. So I always have a holder. And then there's usually one somewhere on the outside. So, and then when I have two different heights, then it's a good idea to color code so you know. You know, and again, this just needs to be super simple. Slap on an engine, slap on a core. We have some modules that aren't connected. I'm not sure what that's going to get us here in a second. And it might be because we got double ups. Let me try something. And this is just a way you can continue to work on your scaffold. All modules must be connected. Alright, what's not connected? Oh, you know what? It might be... No, oh yeah, these, never mind. Yeah, I know what it is. It's too far out in the red. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes it's just got to be solidified. It can't be that far out. You can actually fly out with it all the way in, you know, with something like that. And as long as it didn't, you know, red state, you should be good. All right, so we go out, apply edits, boom. And then we just go to the one that we're working on. And I keep trying to go into a build camera, but I can't. Ah, shoot, I didn't set it up proper either. I'm an idiot. Hold on. Forgot what I was doing. Alright, these here, we need to rotate this one, right? Where are you? Where were you? This is a normal one, are you? Yes, you are. Alright, so this one we need to rotate, right? There we go, perfect. Fly edit, yes. Over here. Get stuck on your own ship in a weird collision zone. Add in the stairs. Boom. Make sure you're in the right room. Check out. Modify. Rotate. And now you have that level. And because it's stepped by a quarter or a half, first although it doesn't really matter as long as you put it back the way you have. So now, yeah, a little bit of a hassle. Oh well. But now you can start get things out of your way. It doesn't matter right now. This is just there so you have your tools in. And we could, you know, come through here and add in the same thing just for ha-has. Do I want that curved in? Yeah, that's the curve. However, this is where things might get a little bit tricky. And you might have to do some things, you know, beforehand. And if we take the same piece, you know, now we have the double flip, but, you know, you might want it, and it's a little higher. But you just got to be careful, you know, either that or, you know, have something take up the space underneath. So that it doesn't connect. Or, you know, you keep a setup of, but then that takes up more space of the stairs and just keep rotating that one room. You know, but then you got to do it. Remember, it's just, this is so much, yes, it takes up way more park time, but it is much easier to contend with, honestly. Now, the next one would be a full-size height, right? And you could also leave these in, and you know, you swap things one side to another. You know, I mean, once you have this one little rotation bit, you can start messing with like the engines and, you know, have them be potentially a little bit lower, you know, or a little bit, you know, more tucked in, or etc., etc., etc. You know, much like terrain building, you know, I want to have, you know, some freedom to just use part of it, you know, for whatever that reason may be. I want to be able to throw parts around and go, you know what, that looks cool, or you know what, that looks horrible. But the freedom to pick and choose, you know. Now, you could take whatever this is, if you wanted it here, and move the lower block, you know, forward a little bit to match that. Or, you know, just that and a million other things. Continue modifying, please. Or hey, I just happen to like the look of that, you know? And why the heck not? You know, it doesn't really do anything. Your stats become a certain amount. And notice that this one is higher than that one. You know, that one's, and not as tucked in, because we're using the lower one, or the upper one. And who knows, whatever the hell we've done before. Did I forget to do something over on this side? Yeah, I did, as a matter of fact. We forgot to add the upper level, did we not? No, it's the same thing. Minus. You're messing with me, Small. That would be normal. Yeah, sometimes it just makes sense to build a few things in, and then, you know, wherever your snap points come back. Well, we're going down too, that's right. Such an idiot. No, we're up. Never mind, I'm not being an idiot. Actually correct. Alright, so we want to actually turn that. Gotta love new build mechanics. Why are you doing weird? I already have it in there, that's why. There's 2 layers here already. Ah, now I see. Welcome to my nightmares. Alright, so probably want to either carry that through or decide that we're going to do a different kind of break point, or, you know, platform. You know, we know this is obviously going to be our engine side, and that's going to be our cockpit side. Whether or not we want to do it upper, lower, or, you know, asymmetrically, which I might force myself to build one day. But we'll see. Yeah. Alright, where are we? Center mass. We have our dual. Our normal is. I wish, you know, I didn't have to clear out to get into a better camera that isn't highlighting everything. Alright, we have our low. We have our mid. Now we would have to do... And remember, we're offset here as well. So that creates a whole other set of problems. Because this is all experimentation, there's no right or wrong way. You just have fun doing it. Once you come up with something, hopefully you can repeat it. I know I always have a hard time trying to remember what I did every time. Just concentrate on this section here. Alright, so now that one needs to come up in this same spot. No. No, yes, it does, because we need to push it over, do you know what I mean? To see how now the center spine, or the edge of that room is now in the center of our main room. So now we need to move that back over. Alright, what did we use? We used this thing, right? We want to do... uh-huh. And the antenna does stuff too, right? That creates an interesting little space. see, we need to bring that up a half step to match that. Or to match this. That's too high. Alright. But it has to be done in this orientation to continue this curve upwards. Right? Like I'm trying to get it to sort of not necessarily curve, but like layer upwards. You need to go straight up. Half. Uh-oh. Alright, so every once in a while, if you do a certain button combination and get out and you're like doing build camera stuff, you get locked in a build camera and you can't get out of this. No matter what button I push, nothing happens. It's like if you hit the back button and do something at the same time as something else, it screws everything up. These things happen. I gotta keep an eye on my mute right now. Apparently, doing that thing again. Alright, where were we? Oh wow, it brought me way back. That's interesting. Ooh, excuse me. Had a sneeze. Whoa. Yep, brought me way back. Alright. So, not a bad thing necessarily. I completely forgot what I'm up to. That's right. We're getting on almost 4 hours. I got about 40 minutes or so of work stuff I can do. But then I must eat, or I have work tomorrow. Whether I wish to or not. For there are bills to be paid. Rain to keep from my head. Me babbling because I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing. There's gotta be a way to do the other things I want to do, and I just don't know how to do what I want to do. You know what I never tried either? Those are supposed to rotate, but they don't. I think it's just a generic, like... You know, you could build up and out, you could do whatever. I'm just kind of showing you a basic skateboard sort of style thing that you can stack. That's how I did all the other ones. This quarter moving thing is a little new for me, like in terms of the setup. This whole thing is new. You know, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what parts snap to what area, you know. Going. The hard part's going to be putting them back in the same spots. You know, doing it in the... But I'm not sure how these are shifting, if that makes sense. And yes, you will quickly go past your build limit. but get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yes. Why would we want to do that? Why not? And then what happens here? That gets a little crazy. What are you doing? See, and that's too high. That's, you know, too quick of a jump. We need to do a half on that, you know, so that it curls in. 'Cause it looks like it's starting to curl in, like, you know. Carries through, but why? It's not a horrible idea. Then I gotta. So you need to be there. Here. That needs to be here. Right? There you go. You're facing. Turn once. We can't get you in that spot. Now you don't rotate it, you work out against what? not stuck to that. That needs to be here. Right. Yes. But the other way. I can't do because why? Can do. We just have to come at it a different way. Right? Now, let's do that. Just want to see if it's tilting. Yeah, sometimes when a piece won't go in like that, if you come at it from a different direction, sometimes it'll work. All right, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We need to step back a minute. But when building, sometimes you start seeing something, you get an idea, and you're like, wait a minute, you know, can I do this with that? All right, now our biggest challenge right now is to get this part to stay in the same place. And we need to go a half step higher than we are currently. But we can't use this, or should we start with that and then just move it no, because then we have to move it twice. Would that make sense? It's just easier to move this by the corner, I think. Alright. Trade this piece. This piece always seem to be nice. Alright, but now we're back. Alright, we need to move it this way on the same plane. We are higher. That just do what we needed to do? No. In fact, put us back in the middle. Okay. Which may be because that's what we started with. But it's a half step higher than what what we had here. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? And we can even double up the room there. Why does it feel like it's different than if we had just done it with the standard room? Did we look at it and measured it and it looked like no? Yeah, because we're coming off of a different... Yeah, we're coming off of this, not that. But now we have a problem. We're going to be in a different plane. Now we're pulling that in. Actually, that's not too bad, is it? I wonder if it stops me building at that point, and then I gotta go through and kind of make some decisions. That's actually nice and smooth, isn't it? And you very easily could. I don't need all of this, you know what I mean? We can get rid of, you know, these. I would leave some of these just as a potential. Again, just leave a setup. You know, you don't need all of it. You can bring it in as you need it. It immediately frees you up a whole crud ton of parts. All right. You want cubes? We got cubes. Alright, so now that needs to go up a half step yet again. Eventually figure out what we're going to do with that. And actually, this is the back of the ship, so at some point we're going to want to switch these to a more engine looking thing, like so. But look at how that nicely blends in here. You know, we don't have so much of the gappy bit that we normally do, right? You could start breaking up the style a little bit if you want. So we've got this nice kind of curve up. And then it's just starting to kind of get its curve going here. And now we need to bring this one up a half step. All right, so Now, these are the times where it's like, all right, look, you got to start making some decisions what you want to keep around for your scaffold. That's not bad. Interesting little cut in. That looks cleaner. Well, that ain't bad. Oh, wait a minute. Alright, what's going on? Doot, doot, doot. Alert. Alert. Oh yeah, and if you lose pieces right now, yep. No, I was gonna say, oh well. Left that open. Am I missing something here? That looks different than that. What's going on there? Alright. That's where we gotta back out a little bit. Right, it still lets you build, which is nice, so that's not so much of an issue. And, you know, once we paint, we should be alright as well. You know, we can change colors. Starting to take up some space here, it looks like. There we go. That's more like it. Hey, sound author, you know me. If I didn't have to work tomorrow, I'd keep going, but I'm already running behind schedule right now. But like, see, we've already created these cool new, and again, just with this one part, you know, we've got these cool new mechanical looking areas. I can't remember where we are now because I got lost in my thing. We need to make sure that we've got symmetry going on regardless. Alright. We need to... what here? Let's see. Wait a minute. No. Right? It's running on this one. Alright, where did we screw up? This I like. What do we got? This is working out just fine. Why can't I mimic that here? What are we missing? Right, that looks right. This one module here. All right, no, we're good. We're good. All right, I think I caught it. Yeah, this is going up in a weird direction now, that's all. It's offset. Now I'm liking this. When are you going to be up the one here? So this should go that way. We need you back there, right? Alright, that lines up to that. Weird funky bit here. This is where everything gets all jacked. This here, that is. This mess. Horrible bugs. Stuff like that. Working down. This way. Again. This needs to move recorder that way. We have an offset. But unfortunately it works. You know, but I now have to reverse it somehow in my head here and get this to match one on each side. Which gets tricky. And I really should be concentrating on one side at a time. I'm trying to do what I'm doing right now, which is not the smartest way to do things. But then to get that look that we have on the front side, which we're not going to be able to, let's just face it, it's not, that ain't going to happen. And this is also the latest paint in my backside. When removing a part or moving a part by accident, you are kind of left at the mercy of how the game wants to put it back. We're not. You're probably not going to be able to put it back. Much like I'm dealing with right now. So if you make this mistake, moving a part, and your setup isn't there, that can really mess with things. And when things aren't aligned the same way, alright, you know what? Sometimes it's better to just not have a part in there for a minute. And realize, what do you want to do next? So, what do we want to do next? Do we stop it here? Do we keep carrying this curve up? It leads us, which actually is it going to curve up, or is it going to, what's it going to do? If anything. Alright, so now we're, okay, we'd have to be on that side, right? Oh. Nah. Oh, no, wait. Did we do the half of a half? I forget if we even got to that point. No, I don't think we did we? Where are we now? That's the problem. This, like I said, this can get confusing quick. Trying to remember where things are snapped. Alright, so we need to find one where we are now. And then we need to find one that is a half step higher, right? Which is this one here. Okay. And then that's the other thing too. Sometimes when you get moving here, you get stuff that ends up in your way. You didn't even realize it was still there. And that can cause headaches. See, we were basically done with all that right there. I'm going to leave this middle thing here for now. Now we should be able to bring this in. Which is the problem there, because it's the dually, which means that what? Each one of these on the outside is gonna, and we got to make a double up again. Like, there's always those things to consider. So this needs to go another one of those, yes. But that wouldn't work, so that needs to go here. So that goes, there we go. Yep. And then we double that. That still carries our, you know, we're still kind of angling up here. The slight lip, you know, you're getting that finned sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, how many rooms do you really need? Like, seriously, you know? You need a row to fill in all of the, if you want to build, you know, crazy with deco, build a freighter. Like this here to me is a stripped down, you know, a stripped down ship. Like if I'm gonna, you know, I mean, yes, you could pretend, but with 100 parts, you know, you don't have a whole lot of, not a whole lot of choice, you know what I mean? But I'm liking how this is kind of coming down. Right, so now we got to just do the other way. But this is where the double up comes in, you know. All right, so that's center line. Pardon me. At this point, you know, we could really just get rid of everything in terms of all these extra bits because we're getting close again. But yeah, check your inner, like if you're going to build something like this style, just check your inner rails. Let's see if there's anything extra kicking about. Alright, so we're basically just flipping this around. It's one here, one there. It's going to be a pain. But as long as we have that set up ahead of time, we should be okay. You're a lunatic. A lunatic. Alright, so we got to build a ship again. And at this point, you know, I've got enough stuff we can work with. So we can get rid of this stuff if you want. I try to keep the very first, but we know what our first row is. It's attached to our landing gear. That's why I always leave this here. And then you can make some adjustments. You know, it only moves quarters and halves, so you're going to eventually find, you know, what you need. So, you know, and if you have a couple that are, yeah, see, this is still doubled. And we'll always be able to kind of work with our main structure. Now, is this what I would want preferably? No. Would I rather have this line up to this? Yes. Am I going to obsess over it at another point when I have the time over this weekend on my weekend stream? My weekend, which is, yeah, for those of you who don't know me and who are just showing up for the first time, my normal days are Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, generally in the morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S. And then sometimes I'll go later. Leave a comment, you know, if that, you know, for times that might work better for you. Most of the people are out in the UK that seem to watch, it seems, but they're all over the world, which is what I love about this game as well. But any game for that matter. But then during the week when I'm working, if I get out and home early enough, then I'm going to be on doing something. Be it this or usually No Man's Sky building, but we're doing Grounded 2 right now as well. Yeah, so we have an offset. We need to figure out a better way to do those moves in straight succession. I'll deal with the offset just because it's interesting. And why not? I can move it if I want. And then we can totally get rid of these bits here. Throw in a different set of landing gear. Because this is actually already starting to not look like it's going to support this ship. But, you know, a little bit. And then you have to go through and check your symmetry if you're doing a symmetrical thing. Make sure you didn't delete anything. And again, see how we have this nice curve up. And we got our flat bit. And we could, you know, I want to try this. I want to do a round. I wonder if I can do something roundish or cylindrical, you know, using some of these methods here. You know, and it's all about the part choice as well. And these are my first attempts for all of us. You know, this is all new to all of us. We don't know what we're going to get for new parts, if any. You know, when we're going to get them. I'm going to just remove the central mass here because we only really need one of them, right? So we can kind of see what we got going on here. We'll make our mini ship over here. I don't know if it'll let us either. But yeah, it's connected. But you know, it's not blocky. It's, you know, we got curves and, you know, curves. And I could scrap this whole thing and start again. You know, using the ideas. I could remove this, and you know, a lot of building in this nature is, you know, you start, you're like, okay, it's a new mechanic, we got new parts, what do they look like? You know, oh, I can now do this with this part. Oh, somebody figured this out. You know, and then those two things make you figure something else out. You know, as I usually say, it's throwing parts at the wall, seeing what sticks, you know. Either you're gonna get something or you're not. Although we could use, you know, that, whatever point that is, bring something out. And we also want to make sure we have a definitive sort of front and back. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's a frickin' spaceship. Does it really, truly matter? No. All right, y'all. I unfortunately got to get going. I need to eat dinner, and I need to get ready to go to work tomorrow. But as soon as I am home from work, I'm going to be here. It might be... Actually, it might be around, not around this time, but, you know, let's see, I got 7:25 right now in the PM. You know, if I'm lucky tomorrow, depending on the jobs, I should be between, you know, if I say anything, I'm going to have a late day at work. And I won't get home till now. And then I'll be in bed in a couple hours after. But you know what to do. If you have subscribed, which I'm trying to get to that 2,000 subscriber mark, I'm doing the slow haul on that one. We'll get there eventually. But yeah, please feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, ring that notification bell. That's when I'll tell you when I'll be back on again. Well, if YouTube is, you know, playing the way it should. Kind of thinking. Just forward. Now let's do a long, crazy one. Why not? We'll go freighter style. And again, I'm usually on Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays. Yeah, occasionally, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Squirrel. Oh, and I gotta put a cockpit and a thruster and all this and do that. Oh, I'll do all that while I'm blabbing away that I gotta get going because I'm starving and my blood sugar level is dropping, as you can tell. Rapidly as I speak. But yeah, I'm usually noodling about in this game, doing something. Or you can always, if I'm not, you know, streaming, if I get home late, a lot of times I'll just jump on Discord and listen to some music I won't get copyright stricken over. And you know, build in sharing my screen. Always available for questions. Never hesitate to ask me a question, even during stream. I will gladly stop because a lot of times my brain's like, I don't know what to do next, and I'm just like fighting for an idea. And sometimes being brought away from that and having somebody go, hey, I was trying to do this, or how did you do that? Can sometimes help. So always feel free. And my goal has always been, since I've been doing this, to inspire creativity in building in this game. You know, it's such a great game for all kinds of people and mindsets. You know, and so many people I've met are musicians and artists, or a combination of, or just, you know, and good folks. You know, No Man's Sky, in my opinion, is the best community, and in a lot of people's opinion. But see, just by doing some of these little tricks, we've now changed and given ourselves like all these neat little subtle, you know, changes. You know, you go into the space, you know, the anomaly, and you know, you're not going to see, currently anyway, too much that looks like this. You know, but that's the thing with this. It's art. It's an art style. It's a, you know, it's a creative outlet. Let us flip and move and do things. You know, let us, you know, turn some pieces that, you know, I feel should snap to, you know, the have bits. You know. There shouldn't just have to be a list. What about this? Like, I'd like to stick some parts that way to it and create other things, you know, and creativity. But in fairness, this is brandy dandy new. We are seeing the very beginnings of this in the game, and you know, who knows what No Man's Sky Hello Games will bring. They always do weird stuff, and we never know what the hell they're going to do. Just when we think we do, they're going to twist our minds and go, ah, you never thought this was coming, did you? Well, here it is. So, you know, it's kind of, as per usual, a wait and see sort of, you know, game and environment with this shipbuilding. I'm sure we'll see some Quicksilver stuff or expedition parts, or they'll just be like, hey, here's a bunch of new shipbuilding stuff. Have fun. Have at it. You know, we'll go from there. All right, y'all. I hate to leave such an amazing crowd, and, you know, I hate to stop building, but honestly, it's 4 hours and 17 minutes in. My butt is starting to hurt, and I'm getting really hungry. And I got to work tomorrow morning, so I don't want it, but I got it. So let's see if there's anybody I know that we could potentially raid. Might be on currently that I know. See if we got anything I know. Doing No Man's Sky. Onsetter. Yeah. You know what? I don't know if I have a link for Onsetter. Oh, if I don't, we're definitely going to have to get a link for him. But that's the only person I can see that I know. Give him a crazy boost. He'd freak out. And I have a feeling that most of the people that have showed up here are from Jason Plays. So if Jason did raid me and I didn't notice, thank you, Jason. This is a large crowd for me. Normally, it's, you know, just a couple of us chilling and trying to figure out build mechanic stuff and trying to figure out different ways to be creative in the game. And, you know, again, on Discord, you know, I'm usually hanging out, chatting. You know, people are sharing their screen and like, hey, I'm trying to do this. Oh, hey, well, what about this? Or hold on, give me a minute, I'll be over. And let me see if we can figure it out together. So yeah, it's all about being mellow and chill here. You know, occasionally I will get aggro though, and it's funny to see because normally it's so out of my character, you know, for me to get like, Hulk smash. But it is funny to see occasionally. Grounded 2 did it to me initially, and man, did I, blood sugar was low and I went crazy. But it was still funny to watch. Even I laughed. Because I always know when I'm going nutty. But anyway, let's go to see if we can get on center. There's a link to my Discord right there. But let me see if I can't bring... I don't know if we have on center. Damn it, if we don't, I bet if we can get him in there. If I don't, I'm sorry, on center, we'll get there. Hey, Wolfheart, my pleasure. You know I love doing this. You know I love building. You know, I've been doing it forever. And there's so much talent out there. And sometimes, you know, just getting a little different perspective or seeing some different styles. That's why right now I'm sitting in that, you know, in the anomaly or in the nexus, whatever you want to call it. Just like, I want to watch what people are building. I want to see all the cool, crazy concoctions. You know, I saw, you know, a flying island the other day. It was freaking amazing. A pirate ship, you know. I haven't even begun to get into that. You know me, I let the build mechanic be fresh. There's always going to be bugs and quirkiness. I like to let it settle before I start really tearing into it. You know, this has been fun. You know, I'm glad we found this helpful hint. I'm glad some other people have found those little shift moves. You know, so there's definitely some potential for some really, really amazing stuff. I really want them to boost up the 100 part count. I think we need at least 200. There are mods for us PC players where it doesn't matter, and I will use it at some point. Not currently. I'm going to stay within the game parameters until they, you know, until this kind of solidifies as a build mechanic. And then we will get crazy and build things we shouldn't and see if we can break the game. But yeah, y'all, thank you so much for being here. Go check out Onsetter. I don't have a link for him. I am so sorry. But yeah, again, don't forget to hit that. Don't forget to hit the notification bell, like, subscribe, leave a comment, blah, 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 all that jive. I'm losing energy and steam. You can tell I'm babbling. So anyway, thanks for being here. Until next time, this has been me, Kevin T, here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get your action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky, well, I guess now, ships. But don't forget about regular terrain building, damn it. And if you ever need help with that, hit me up. I'm always happy to help. All right, y'all. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Where's that damn button? We're out of here. We'll see you soon. Take care, y'all.
Action Pants Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.